Welcome to Haunt Tales. Here's where the darkest stories come alive. I know many of you tune into these tales to drift off to sleep, so settle in, relax, and get comfortable. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd like to hear from you in the comments about where you're listening from and what time it is. I like knowing how far our stories travel. Also, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I can keep finding more truly scary stories every night. For the best experience, use your headphones, close your eyes, and let every word sink deep into your mind. Now, we begin our stories for tonight. Inverlair, a reckoning of losses. I arrived in Inverlair under a cloak of freezing rain, my rental car slipping and sliding along the twisting mountain road. The remote highland hamlet had been cut off for days by the relentless storms that swept in from the North Sea, isolating its residents and turning the winding approaches into treacherous ice-choked passes. I am Catriona Shaw, a forensic accountant dispatched to investigate the disappearance of one Angus McAllister, a local farmer with a penchant for illicit whiskey distillation and an unsettling reputation among his superstitious neighbors. The village huddled beneath a slate-gray sky, its cluster of stone cottages blanketed in snow and clinging precariously to the side of the mountain. As I stepped out of my car, the wind howled like a pack of ravenous wolves, tearing at my coat and biting through to the bone. The local innkeeper, Mrs. Fraser, eyed me with suspicion as she handed over the keys to McAllister's abandoned farmhouse on the edge of town. "Be careful, Miss Shaw," she warned in a voice that crackled like dry kindling. "The spirits don't take kindly to strangers prying where they're not wanted." I dismissed her words with an awkward laugh, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the inn and begin my work. The farmhouse loomed ahead, its dark silhouette blending into the gloom as if attempting to swallow the last vestiges of daylight. Icy tendrils of fear crept up my spine, but I shook them off, attributing the sensation to the biting cold and my own overactive imagination. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of decay and neglect. Cobwebs draped every corner, their gossamer threads shivering in the draft that snaked through the cracks in the walls. I made my way to McAllister's study, a small room barely larger than a broom closet, its shelves lined with dusty ledgers and yellowing documents. Scene 1, first anomaly, we rationalize it. Bales. I settled into my task, meticulously sifting through the financial records of the missing farmer. As I delved deeper into the tangled web of figures and transactions, I discovered a series of suspicious payments to an unknown recipient. My heart quickened as I contemplated the implications. However, I quickly dismissed any notions of foul play. McAllister was known to dabble in illegal activities after all, and it was entirely plausible that these mysterious sums were simply the proceeds from his illicit dealings. Scene 2, second, undeniable escalation. Describe every physical sensation. As night fell, an unnameable dread seeped into my bones, as palpable as the cold that gnawed at my fingertips. The wind outside had taken on a mournful quality, its haunting wail infiltrating every corner of the farmhouse and stirring up long-forgotten memories that sent shivers down my spine. I attempted to shake off the creeping unease by focusing on my work, but the shadows seemed to grow darker with each passing moment, their tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in their icy grip. I felt a prickling sensation at the nape of my neck, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move, scrutinizing my presence and judging me for daring to disturb the secrets hidden within these walls. Scene 3, false relief, followed immediately by something worse. As midnight approached, I stumbled upon a clue that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope in my otherwise fruitless investigation. A series of receipts from a local hardware store detailing the purchase of various tools and materials. Perhaps, I thought, McAllister had merely taken an impromptu trip to visit an old friend or seek solace in the arms of a lover. It was a feeble explanation at best, but it was all I had to cling to as the storm outside raged on. But then I found it, a single scrap of paper tucked away in the back of McAllister's ledger book, its edges frayed and worn from frequent handling. The document bore no resemblance to any official record I had ever encountered. Instead, it seemed to consist of little more than a series of arcane symbols and diagrams that made my head swim as I attempted to decipher their meaning. Minimum 200 consecutive words on one sustained dread sequence. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared down at the mysterious document, my mind reeling from the implications of what I had uncovered. This was no mere financial record. It was a gateway to an ancient and terrifying world that threatened to consume me whole. I could feel the darkness pressing in around me, its icy tendrils wrapping themselves around my throat and choking off my air supply. The walls seemed to close in, their once familiar contours twisting into grotesque shapes that leered at me with malevolent intent. I stumbled backwards, my legs tangling in the chair as I desperately sought escape from the oppressive atmosphere that threatened to suffocate me. With a supreme effort of will, I managed to tear my gaze away from the accursed document and focus on the task at hand. I needed to understand what these symbols meant, to unravel their mysteries before they consumed me entirely. As I studied the markings more closely, I began to discern patterns within the chaos, cyclical shapes that seemed to echo the movements of celestial bodies, angular lines suggestive of impossible geometric forms, and glyphs that bore an unsettling resemblance to the visage of entities beyond human comprehension. Slowly, as if awakening from a dream, I realized that these symbols were not mere random scratchings, but rather a coded language designed to convey concepts far beyond the scope of human understanding. It was then that I understood the true horror of my situation. By delving into McAllister's hidden world, I had opened myself up to forces beyond my control, entities that threatened to shatter my fragile grasp on reality and plunge me into an abyss from which there could be no return. Scene 4, a discovery that reframes everything you thought you understood. I worked through the night, my mind racing to decipher the secrets of the mysterious document. As dawn broke over the desolate landscape, I stumbled upon a revelation that would change everything I thought I knew about McAllister's disappearance and the true nature of the forces at play in this remote highland village. The symbols were not simply an arcane language, but rather a set of instructions for summoning otherworldly beings from the furthest reaches of space and time. By following these instructions, one could gain access to knowledge and power beyond measure, but at a terrible cost. Each summoning required a tribute, a payment made in blood and souls to sate the insatiable hunger of these eldritch horrors. As I stared down at the document, its implications slowly sinking in, I realized with horror that McAllister had not merely dabbled in illegal activities. He had been part of something far more sinister and terrifying. He had sold his soul and those of countless others to appease the ancient entities that lurked beyond the veil of reality, trading their eternal suffering for fleeting moments of power and prestige. Climax, peak horror, something irreversible happens. Final line, a single image, no explanation, it should haunt. As I pieced together the terrible truth, I felt a cold fury begin to rise within me. These creatures had preyed upon the weak and vulnerable, exploiting their fears and desires for their own nefarious ends. And now they threatened to consume everything I held dear, to tear apart the very fabric of my existence and leave me broken and bereft. I knew then what I had to do: confront these entities, challenge them on their own terms, and put an end to their reign of terror once and for all. I gathered up the document, its pages crackling with malevolent energy, and strode out into the storm. The wind howled around me as I made my way back to the inn, my footsteps echoing ominously in the stillness. As I crossed the threshold, Mrs. Fraser looked up from her seat by the fire, her eyes widening in shock as she took in my disheveled appearance and the cursed document clutched tightly in my hand. "You fool," she cried, her voice a ragged whisper that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "You have doomed us all." And then everything went black. I awoke to find myself lying on the floor of the inn, my head throbbing and my vision blurred. As I struggled to sit up, I became aware of a low murmuring sound, like the distant drone of 1,000 voices whispering in unison. The air was heavy with an otherworldly energy, its palpable presence suffusing every corner of the room. I knew then that I had succeeded in my quest, but at a terrible price. By confronting the eldritch horrors lurking beyond the veil, I had opened the door to their realm, allowing them to spill forth into our world and wreak havoc upon the innocent. As I stared into the abyss, its dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare me once more, a single image burned itself into my retinas. The sight of an ancient being, its form beyond human comprehension, standing over me as it prepared to deliver the final coup de grace. And then there was nothing but darkness. Title: The Crossing. The wind howls like a banshee as I step onto the ferry, clutching my bag tightly to my chest. I'm greeted by an assault of cold, salty air and the groan of metal straining against the Force 9 storm. The boat feels alive, almost menacing, but I dismiss it as mere nerves. After all, it's just a ship, right? My cabin is small and claustrophobic, yet oddly comforting. The rhythmic hum of the engines lulls me into a false sense of security. But outside, the storm rages on, painting a picture of nature's raw power. It feels wrong somehow, as if something ancient and malevolent is unleashing its fury through the tempest. Hours later, I wake up startled by an abrupt jolt. The ship seems to have listed starboard, spilling objects from shelves into haphazard piles on the floor. A chill runs down my spine as I realize this isn't just another wave hitting us, it's different, stronger. I venture out into the deserted corridors, gripping the railings for support against the violent rocking of the ship. There's a strange stillness, a void where there should be sounds of life. Even the usual drone of machinery is absent, replaced by an eerie silence that sends shivers down my spine. Suddenly, I hear muffled whispers carried by the wind. They seem to come from everywhere and nowhere, speaking in tongues long forgotten. My heart pounds in my chest, but I rationalize it as the stress playing tricks on me. Still, the feeling of being watched persists, an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. False relief washes over me when I reach the cafeteria. It's empty, save for a toppled chair slowly spinning in the midst of chaos. The eerie calmness is shattered by the crash of a wave against the window, sending water cascading inside. The sea has invaded, turning the familiar into something alien and threatening. Retracing my steps back to my cabin, I stumble upon a hidden room filled with old maritime paraphernalia. Among them, a detailed ship log dating back decades. Each page tells tales of similar storms, eerie phenomena, and unexplained disappearances during crossings. My blood runs cold as I connect the dots. These aren't mere coincidences. They're part of a pattern etched in time. The ship groans beneath me, wooden beams creaking under unimaginable pressure. A sudden flash lights up the sky outside, revealing an otherworldly sight, ghostly apparitions riding the wind, their haunting wails drowning out the storm. They're not part of this world, yet here they are, tangible and terrifying. In that moment, I understand. This isn't just a storm, it's a convergence, a summoning, and we're caught in the crossfire. As I stand there, frozen in fear, one of those spectral figures turns its gaze upon me. Its hollow eyes bore into my soul, leaving an indelible mark of terror. And then everything goes black, end recording. Now begin the ending. I regain consciousness to find myself lying on the cold metal floor. The ship is eerily silent, save for the distant sound of waves crashing against the hull. Dazed, I get up and make my way outside. The storm has passed, leaving behind a tranquil sea bathed in moonlight, but there's no sign of the spectral figures. Instead, amidst the wreckage, floats a single lifeboat filled with people faces I recognize from the ferry. They wave at me, their smiles bright against the dark backdrop, but as I squint closer, something feels off. Their eyes are vacant, devoid of life. And then I notice the lack of movement, the stillness that shouldn't be there. My heart sinks as realization dawns. They aren't waving, they're floating. Dead, a single image etched into my mind, a haunting tableau of death and desolation. And with it, the knowledge that I am alone. The storm has passed, but the true horror is only just beginning. A haunted autumn whispers in Nagano. I arrived in the village of Kurohaka, nestled deep within Nagano Prefecture during the final days of autumn. The vibrancy of the season had begun to fade, leaves transforming from fiery hues to a uniform brown, clinging stubbornly to their branches before succumbing to gravity's embrace. My task was to document oral histories from elderly villagers, an endeavor that would span several weeks. Upon my arrival, I was greeted with warm smiles and gentle nods as the elders welcomed me into their homes, eager to share tales of a time long past. The crisp mountain air seemed ripe with stories waiting to be unearthed. Little did I know, something far older than the village itself lurked beneath the surface of Kurohaka. On my second day, while visiting the home of an elderly woman named Obasan Yashida, I experienced the first anomaly. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, sending a chill down my spine, or so I thought at the time. Obasan Yashida paused her story, frowning at the window before continuing as if nothing had happened. I dismissed it as a quirk of the old house and refocused on my work. The following day, during an interview with Jichin Sato, the wind returned with renewed force. It tore through the village like a specter, ripping leaves from their branches and scattering them across the landscape. The sky darkened prematurely, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets. Again, I chalked it up to coincidence, attributing the strange weather to the shifting seasons. That night, however, I found myself unable to shake off an unsettling feeling. Even after retiring to my rented room, the sensation of being watched clung to me like a second skin. Every creak of the old wooden floorboards, every whisper of wind through the eaves felt laden with malice. My attempts to rationalize these occurrences fell short. Something sinister had taken root in Kurohaka. My fourth day in the village brought a modicum of relief. The weather normalized and the unnerving sensations subsided, but only temporarily. As I settled into my work at the local community center, a sudden gust of wind burst through the open window, scattering papers across the room. This time, there was no denying the supernatural presence lurking nearby. I spent the remainder of the afternoon huddled over my research, scouring historical records for any mention of strange occurrences or haunted locales within Kurohaka. It wasn't until dusk fell that I stumbled upon a single entry buried deep within a dusty tome. 1789, village shaken by whispers of a vengeful spirit awoken from slumber. The discovery sent chills racing down my spine, not the thrill of unearthing hidden lore, but the cold realization that I had become ensnared in something far more terrifying than I could have imagined. The stories shared by the villagers took on new meaning. Each tale served as a warning whispered across generations, echoing the truth about Kurohaka's dark past. That night sleep eluded me. Every rustle of fabric, every whisper of wind invaded my thoughts, feeding my growing dread. As I lay there, wide-eyed and trembling beneath threadbare sheets, I couldn't help but wonder what horrors awaited me in Kurohaka and how deeply entwined I had become in its haunted legacy. The line between reality and folklore blurred as I delved deeper into the village's past. Each interview felt like stepping further into a labyrinth of whispers and shadows, with no escape in sight. And yet, despite the ever-present dread coiling around me like a serpent, I couldn't bring myself to abandon my quest for knowledge. My days melded together, marked only by the cycle of sunrise and sunset, and the encroaching darkness that seemed to grow bolder with each passing hour. The wind returned time and again, its haunting lullaby echoing through the narrow streets, as if urging me to uncover the truth hidden beneath layers of time and fear. One evening, while poring over ancient maps of the village, I noticed a pattern etched into the landscape, a series of lines converging at a single point just beyond the outskirts of Kurohaka. Intrigued, I decided to investigate the following day. The location turned out to be an abandoned shrine nestled deep within the woods. Overgrown with moss and creeping vines, it stood as a testament to the passage of time, its once majestic architecture reduced to little more than crumbling stone and weathered wood. A sense of wrongness permeated the air, thicker than the fog that clung to the ground like a spectral shroud. Undeterred, I ventured further into the shrine, my footsteps echoing through the desolate chamber. An altar stood at the far end, draped in tattered cloth and adorned with offerings long since decayed. As I approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me, its gaze boring into the back of my skull like a phantom drill. I reached out to touch the altar, half expecting it to crumble beneath my fingertips. Instead, the stone warmed at my touch, pulsating rhythmically as if alive. The sensation sent waves of nausea rolling through my gut, but I fought back the urge to retreat, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this forsaken place. Suddenly, the wind howled through the shrine, sending leaves and debris swirling through the air like a malevolent whirlwind. The walls shook, threatening to collapse around me as the temperature plummeted. I stumbled back, my heart hammering wildly against my ribcage as I realized that I had awakened something ancient and powerful within the shrine. The wind died down just as abruptly as it had begun, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. As I turned to leave, a single image etched itself into my mind, a pair of eyes glowing like embers amidst the shadows, watching me with an intensity that chilled me to my very core. I fled the shrine, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I stumbled through the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every creaking branch threatened to send me spiraling into madness. By the time I reached the safety of my lodgings, my nerves felt frayed beyond repair, shredded by the relentless barrage of terror that had pursued me since entering the shrine. That night, sleep proved elusive once again. My dreams were plagued by ghostly whispers and haunting visions, each more terrifying than the last. I woke several times, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding wildly as if trying to escape my chest. And yet, despite the fear gnawing at me like a ravenous beast, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that I had only scratched the surface of Kurohaka's dark secret. As dawn broke over the village, I made up my mind. I would return to the shrine, armed with knowledge and prepared to face whatever horrors awaited me within its crumbling walls. Little did I know, the true terror had yet to reveal itself, and when it did, there would be no turning back. Tidal, the crossing the wind shrieks like a banshee as I step onto the car ferry. My coat flaps wildly around me, threatening to tear free from my grip. I'm not sure why I decided to wear red today. It feels garish against the stormy backdrop of the Irish Sea. Inside, the boat is a cacophony of clanging metal and rushing water. The smell of salt water permeates everything, stinging my nostrils. People huddle together in groups, their faces pale with fear or seasickness. It's going to be a long night. My cabin is small and cramped, but it will do for the duration of the crossing. I drop my bag onto the bed and take a moment to catch my breath. There's something unsettling about this journey, an unease that settles into the pit of my stomach like a stone. Maybe it's just the rough weather or the unfamiliar surroundings. As I unpack, I notice a strange sound, a soft, rhythmic creaking that doesn't quite fit with the rest of the ship's symphony. It seems to be coming from outside my door. Shrugging off my initial unease, I open it to investigate. The hallway is empty and dimly lit, casting long shadows down its length. The noise grows louder as I follow it towards the rear of the ship. There's a door there, slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Curiosity piqued, I push it open. Cold air hits me immediately, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of death. My heart races, but rational thought prevails. Someone must have left an animal carcass in the storage room. Yet as I step inside, my foot sinks into something wet and squelchy. I look down to see a pool of blood spreading out from beneath me, black in the dim light. I stumble back, tripping over something solid and unyielding, the body. Panic surges through me as I scramble away, slipping in the slick substance coating the floor. Whoever they were, they're gone now, leaving only a bloody imprint on the cold steel wall. I flee the room, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath comes in short gasps, fogging up the chill air around me. What did I just witness? The boat shudders violently, sending me sprawling against the opposite wall. The lights flicker ominously before plunging us into darkness. Shouts echo through the darkness, punctuated by screams. Then silence, even the wind seems to hold its breath. When the lights finally flicker back on, I'm not alone. A figure stands at the end of the hallway, soaked from head to toe. But there's something wrong about him. His eyes are black holes sinking into his skull, his skin deathly pale. He opens his mouth and lets out a soundless scream, arms outstretched towards me. I recoil, pressing myself against the wall. This can't be real. It must be some hallucination brought on by stress and fear. Yet the ghostly figure continues its approach, each step sending fresh waves of terror coursing through me. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, a sudden lurch throws me to the ground. The boat is listing heavily to one side, throwing off the ghoul's balance. He disappears from sight, swallowed by the angry sea below. False relief washes over me, only to be replaced by horror when I hear screams echoing up from beneath decks. A chill runs through me as I realize what's happening. The ship is going down, taking everyone on board with it. I make my way up to the deck, where chaos reigns supreme. Waves crash over the sides of the boat, soaking everyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. The crew struggles to control the situation, but there's little they can do against nature's fury. As I watch, a wave taller than the ship itself rises before us. There's no time to react, no chance to escape. We're all going to die here, swallowed by the merciless sea. And then just as suddenly, everything goes still. The storm seems to hold its breath as we crest the wave, teetering on the edge of oblivion. For a moment, we hover there, suspended between life and death. Then slowly we begin to descend, but something is wrong. The boat lists further than it should, groaning under the strain. Water pours in through cracks and crevices, flooding the lower decks. We're sinking. In the distance, I see land, a small island barely visible against the stormy sky. It's our only hope now. With no other options left, the captain steers the doomed vessel towards it. The impact is brutal. The ship shatters like glass, scattering debris across the rocky shoreline. Those who survive cling to whatever they can find, watching helplessly as the remnants of our transportation sink beneath the waves. As I pull myself from the wreckage, I notice something odd about the island. There are no birds, no plants, nothing alive except for us castaways. It's as if the life has been sucked out of this place, leaving behind only death and decay. A chill runs through me as I remember the ghostly figure from before. Was it a warning, a harbinger of doom, or simply a figment of my imagination? Either way, one thing is clear, we're not alone here. Whatever lurks in the shadows of this desolate island, it's hungry for more than just our bodies. It wants our souls. And as I stare into the heart of the storm, I know that we're all going to give them up willingly. Because when you look into the eye of death, there's only one thing left to do: surrender. The last thing I see before everything fades to black is a single image, seared into my retinas like a brand. A figure standing atop the highest point of the island, silhouetted against the stormy sky. Its arms are outstretched, beckoning me towards it. And though I can't make out its face, I know those eyes. They're black as night, bottomless pits that promise nothing but eternal darkness. Then everything goes silent. Silence in the spruces. I trudge through the Finnish forest, my snowshoes crunching against the frozen white carpet underfoot. The spruce trees tower above me, their dark branches laden with snow, creating a gloomy canopy that blocks out any semblance of daylight. It's midwinter and the sun hasn't graced us with its presence for weeks. The camera bag on my back feels heavier with each step, but the weight is comforting in this desolate landscape. My goal for this week-long solo assignment as a wildlife photographer is to capture images of the elusive pine marten, known for its agility and stealth amongst these woods. However, so far, all I've managed are countless shots of spruce trees silhouetted against the gray sky. A strange sound breaks the monotonous crunching of my snowshoes, a soft rustling within the dry layer of fallen needles. It stops as suddenly as it started, leaving me in the silence again, questioning whether I imagined it. But there it is again, closer this time. I scan the area, trying to locate the source of the noise. My heartbeat quickens when I see a shadowy figure darting between two trees up ahead. I follow the path left by the fleeting creature, moving as quietly as possible despite the heavy camera gear. The silence presses down on me, amplifying every breath I take, making me feel conspicuous and exposed. I reach the spot where I saw the figure last nothing. Disappointment floods me, but then I notice something odd. A patch of snow, untouched by wind or time, lies at the base of a tree. No footprints mar its surface, only an imprint of something large and round. Shrugging off the eeriness, I decide to rest for a bit. As I lean against a tree, catching my breath, another inexplicable occurrence happens. A warm breeze brushes past me, carrying with it the faint scent of lilacs, a flower that shouldn't be blooming in this frozen wilderness. I look around, half expecting to find its source, but there's only the endless expanse of wintry spruces staring back at me. Feeling relieved, I continue my journey, hoping to encounter the mysterious creature once more. Instead, I stumble upon another unexplainable phenomenon. A small bird bath, frozen solid just moments ago, now contains clear water, and again, no signs of disturbance around it. An icy shiver runs down my spine, unlike any chill caused by the sub-zero temperature. Despite these bizarre incidents, I managed to capture some stunning photographs of the forest under the ethereal moonlight. The camera becomes an extension of myself, allowing me to focus on something other than the unsettling happenings. However, when I change my lens, something catches my eye. A layer of frost has formed inside the viewfinder, shaped like a pair of hollow eyes and a gaping mouth. It vanishes as soon as I blink, leaving behind only condensation from my breath. Exhausted yet exhilarated, I make camp under the watchful eyes of the spruces. Lying in my sleeping bag, I listen to the familiar sounds of the forest settling down for the night. Yet amidst the usual hoots and rustles, a new sound emerges, whispering voices, soft and melodic, carrying a haunting lullaby through the trees. As I drift off to sleep, the words echo in my mind, painting images of springtime blossoms and endless summer days. My eyes snap open when I realize what's wrong. It's still pitch black outside, yet the whispering voices have transformed into a chorus of laughter, ringing out clear and loud through the silent forest. The temperature seems to have dropped drastically, despite the warmth radiating from my sleeping bag. Even worse, the air around me feels heavy, suffocating, like I'm trapped underwater. Fighting against the oppressive atmosphere, I unzip my tent and step into the frigid night. The laughter dies instantly, replaced by an eerie silence that chills me more than the frosty air. Above me, the stars twinkle brightly against the inky backdrop, offering no answers to the strange occurrences plaguing me. As I stand there, lost and alone, a realization dawns upon me. All along, I thought these incidents were random anomalies, fleeting moments of disruption in the natural order of things. But what if they aren't? What if they're connected pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved? With renewed determination, I return to my tent, ready to delve deeper into this mystery. As I settle down, another whiff of lilacs fills the air, stronger than before. This time, instead of dismissing it as my imagination, I follow its trail. It leads me to an old wooden box hidden beneath a pile of leaves. Inside, I find a collection of letters, yellowed with age, written in a language I don't understand. But there's one thing I recognize: the same scent of lilacs permeating every page. These letters, discarded and forgotten, hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. And maybe, just maybe, they might provide answers to the enigma surrounding me. The letters tell a tale of love and loss, of a woman who once lived here, tending to the forest and its creatures. She had the power to manipulate nature, making flowers bloom in winter, summoning warm winds on the coldest days. But her gifts came at a cost. To keep the balance, she had to sacrifice something dear every time she used them. Intrigued, I continue reading, unaware of how much time passes. The stories unfold like a haunting melody, luring me deeper into their enchanting rhythm. With each word, the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, revealing a picture far more beautiful and terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the camp, extinguishing my lantern. Panic surges within me as I realize I'm alone in this dark forest, miles away from civilization. The whispering voices return, singing a mournful lullaby that echoes the sadness in the letters. I fumble for my flashlight, clicking it on and off in hopes of warding off the impending darkness. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake off the feeling of being watched. Somewhere nearby, hidden amongst the spruces, someone or something is stirring. And then just as suddenly as they started, the whispers cease. Profound silence descends upon the forest, heavier than any snowfall. Even the wind seems to hold its breath, waiting, watching. I wait too, listening intently for any signs of life. Yet all I hear is the pounding of my own heart, matching the rhythm of the haunting lullaby still echoing in my mind. In this moment, I understand the true horror lurking within these woods. It's not the strange occurrences or the whispering voices. It's the unbearable solitude, the knowledge that I am utterly and completely alone. Suddenly, a single beam of moonlight illuminates a figure standing at the edge of my camp. A woman dressed in white, her hair adorned with flowers, stands there staring right back at me. She raises her hand, beckoning me towards her. Her lips move, forming words I can't hear over the ringing in my ears. I step forward, drawn to her like a moth to flame. As I approach, she vanishes into thin air, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lilacs and a trail leading deeper into the forest. Despite the fear gnawing at me, I follow it, knowing that I must uncover the truth hidden within these spruces. As I delve further into the woods, the temperature rises, replaced by an eerie warmth that doesn't belong in this frozen wilderness. The whispering voices return, their lullaby growing louder and more insistent. They guide me through the maze of trees, leading me to a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There, amidst the sea of white snow, stands a solitary tree covered in blossoms lilacs, blooming despite the winter chill. And at its base lies the woman from my visions, her body lifeless, her face peaceful in death. A scream builds up within me, threatening to shatter the silence surrounding me. But before I can utter a sound, the woman opens her eyes, staring directly into mine. A soft smile graces her lips as she reaches out, touching my hand with her cold, lifeless fingers. Her touch sends a jolt of icy terror through me, yet somehow it also brings a sense of solace. In that moment, I realize the truth. I'm not alone. The spirit of the woman who once tended to these woods remains here, forever bound to this land, living through the seasons, whispering her lullaby to those who dare venture into her realm. And as I stand there, holding her hand, listening to her haunting melody under the starlit sky, I know that I've become a part of this forest story, forever etched in its history, just like the woman before me. For better or worse, I am now one with the silence and the spruces. Final line. A single lilac petal drifts down from the sky, landing softly on my outstretched hand. Titled The Weight of Copper, I wake to the sound of water dripping, a steady rhythm echoing through the abandoned tunnels. My head throbs as I sit up, my mouth dry and metallic tasting. I must have fallen asleep while analyzing the rock samples. The flashlight lies beside me, its beam illuminating the damp walls. The mind feels different today, colder, more oppressive. Perhaps it's just the isolation getting to me. I shake off the feeling and start documenting my findings. But even as I work, there's an unsettling sensation that something isn't quite right. Hours later, drenched in sweat despite the chill, I find myself staring at a peculiar sample. The copper ore doesn't match any known type. It's denser, darker, almost alive with a sickly glow. I try to dismiss it as an optical illusion caused by fatigue, but can't shake off an unease. As I delve deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels, things become stranger. The air grows thicker, harder to breathe. My ears pop as if under immense pressure, and then I hear it, a low hum, vibrating through the very ground beneath me. It's unlike anything I've ever heard before, discordant yet rhythmic, almost alive. False relief washes over me when I realize it might just be machinery left behind from the mine's operation. But any sense of comfort vanishes as I round a corner and stumble upon a scene straight out of nightmares. A vast cavern opens up before me, filled with strange structures made entirely of copper. They pulse rhythmically, glowing in time with the hum that fills the air. Each one is connected to the others via thick veins of glowing liquid, reminiscent of nervous systems. Fear prickles at the back of my neck as I realize what I'm looking at: a massive, living network of copper, thriving in the heart of the mine. For hours, I watch in horrified fascination as the structures grow and change, absorbing the very earth around them. They seem to be consuming the mine, converting it into more of themselves. Every rational thought tells me to leave, to report this anomaly to my superiors. Yet some perverse curiosity keeps me rooted to the spot, studying these abominations. Then, without warning, everything changes. A sudden surge pulses through the network, stronger than anything prior. The hum turns into a roar and the ground shakes beneath me. Debris rains down from the ceiling, narrowly missing me. I scramble backwards, heart pounding in my chest. In that moment of chaos, I make a discovery that reframes everything I thought I understood about this place. Hidden amongst the writhing masses of copper is a human hand, fingers splayed wide as if reaching out for help. The sight chills me to my core, and I know with absolute certainty that whatever these things are, they're not just converting the mind, they're consuming everything living within it. I turn to run, but another tremor sends me sprawling. As I push myself up, I notice something new. The copper structures have begun to move, slithering towards me like serpents. Their movements are slow, deliberate, predatory. There's no doubt now, they know I'm here. My heart hammers against my ribcage as adrenaline surges through my veins. Every instinct screams at me to flee, but my legs refuse to cooperate. Instead, I find myself drawn towards the horrific spectacle unfolding before me. It's as if the very copper itself calls out to me, whispering promises of knowledge and understanding. Stumbling forward, I reach out a trembling hand, the tips of my fingers brushing against the cold surface of one such structure. A jolt of energy courses through me, sending waves of nausea crashing over me. My vision blurs, and for a moment I see things, images of this place as it once was, teeming with life and activity. Then, just as suddenly, everything goes dark. The last thing I hear is the triumphant hum of the copper structures, growing louder and louder until it drowns out all other sounds. And then silence. I open my eyes to darkness. My head throbs, pain shooting behind my eyes with every beat of my heart. Panic sets in as I realize I can't move. Something heavy presses down on me, crushing the breath from my lungs. Despite the terror gnawing at me, I manage to calm myself enough to focus. Gradually, I realize that I'm buried under a pile of rubble, trapped within the belly of the mine. Above me, the hum returns, softer now, almost comforting. But there's no comfort to be found here, only horror. As my consciousness fades, I remember the hand I saw earlier consumed by the copper, reaching out for help that never came. And then everything goes black again. The Whispering Mountains. I arrived in Kurakawa, a secluded village nestled in the heart of Nagano's mountains, to record the elderly villagers' oral histories. The crisp autumn air greeted me as I stepped off the bus, carrying with it an unusual chill that raised goosebumps on my arms. My first day was spent collecting stories filled with joy and sorrow from generations past, ordinary lives woven into a tapestry of tradition. However, amidst the heartwarming tales, there were whispers of strange occurrences, villagers disappearing without a trace, unexplained sounds echoing through the forests, and an ever-present feeling of being watched. As night fell, I settled into my lodgings, a rustic inn run by Mrs. Yuki, the village's oldest resident. Her stories were laced with nostalgia, but also held a note of fear, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting something to materialize from the shadows. She spoke about the Kurakawa Kami, spirits believed to protect the village and only revealing themselves to those pure of heart. A rationalization formed in my mind it was mere superstition, a way for the villagers to make sense of the unexplained. Yet as I lay in bed, the creaking floorboards outside my door stirred up goosebumps once again. A gust of wind howled like a mournful wail, causing me to question my initial dismissal of these eerie tales. The next morning I woke up early, eager to dispel the unnerving feelings of the previous night. The landscape greeted me with vibrant oranges and reds painting the mountainsides, yet even this beautiful sight couldn't completely chase away the lingering dread. During lunch at a local eatery, I experienced the second anomaly. My coffee cup rattled subtly before falling off the table, shattering into pieces. The villagers nearby quickly hushed their conversations, exchanging worried glances. An earthquake, they suggested, but there had been no tremor. False relief washed over me when nothing further happened throughout the afternoon. But then, while interviewing Mr. Sato, a frail man with kind eyes, he suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed. His wide-eyed stare remained fixed on something behind me until he drew his last breath. No one else seemed surprised or alarmed. Instead, they quietly ushered me out of the room. That night, unable to shake off the day's events, I decided to explore the village. The streets were eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the crunching leaves under my feet. As I ventured deeper into the village, I stumbled upon a shrine hidden within the woods, adorned with intricate carvings depicting various deities and mythical creatures. Carved at the center was a figure eerily similar to Mrs. Yuki, her hands held up in prayer. Inscriptions encircled her, describing her as the Kurakawa Kami's chosen vessel, destined to maintain balance between the spirit world and reality. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that all along, it wasn't superstition, it was real. For the next few days, I documented every villager's account of their interactions with the Kami, each story more terrifying than the last. They spoke of shapes shifting in the corners of their eyes, whispers echoing through their homes, and an unseen force guiding their actions. Then came the realization that reframed everything I thought I understood. I wasn't merely recording these stories, I was becoming a part of them. My presence was causing the escalation, making the kami more active, more aggressive. The villagers' fear turned towards me, whispers following me wherever I went. One evening, while transcribing the day's recordings, I noticed a pattern. Every time I asked about the kami, there was a faint sound in the background, a whispering wind that wasn't quite natural. It responded when provoked, growing louder and more insistent. Was it possible that the spirits were communicating through these recordings? Overwhelmed, I stepped outside for fresh air, only to find the village eerily silent once again. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past me, carrying with it a voice clear as day. "Leave," it whispered, its command echoing within my skull. As I turned around, I saw Mrs. Yuki standing at the edge of the shadows, her eyes gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Ignoring the warning, I returned to my room, determined to uncover more about the kami. But sleep eluded me, each creak of the wooden floorboards amplified in the stillness. Hours passed before exhaustion finally claimed me. I awoke to find my equipment destroyed, shards of plastic and metal scattered across the floor. The room was cold, colder than it had any right to be. And outside, the village lay still, wrapped in a blanket of snow, a sight both breathtaking and unnerving. As I stood there taking in the scene, I heard it again, the whisper clearer than ever. "Leave," it urged, its tone filled with finality. And then, amidst the whispers, I heard my name, a single word carried by the wind, chilling me to the core. The crossing, I boarded the ferry as a passenger, but I would disembark a different creature entirely. The wind howled like a pack of wolves as I stepped onto the deck, my coat whipping around me in the force 9 gale. Rain stung my face, and I relished the sensation, letting it wash away the weariness of my journey. The boat lurched violently, sending several passengers sprawling. I managed to stay on my feet, gripping the railing for support. A few people screamed, but most remained silent, their faces pale and drawn. The sea churned below us, an angry beast threatening to swallow us whole. My cabin was small and cramped, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a single chair. I stowed my bag under the bed and lay down, listening to the storm raging outside. It seemed to echo the turmoil within me, a tempest of emotions stirred up by my return home after so long. Hours passed. I must have dozed off because when I woke, the boat was plunging through troughs between monstrous waves. Each impact sent shudders through the hull, and I could hear water sloshing in the bowels of the ship. My stomach lurched, bile rising in my throat. I stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it in time. As I knelt over the toilet, retching uncontrollably, I noticed something odd about my reflection in the mirror. A patch of skin on my hand had turned translucent, revealing a network of blue veins beneath. I stared at it, horrified. Had the boat's violent motion caused this? No, that was ridiculous. I splashed cold water on my face and returned to my cabin, hoping to dismiss the incident as mere seasickness-induced hallucination. But there was no denying the second anomaly. This time, it wasn't my reflection that betrayed me, but the very fabric of my being. As I undressed for bed, I discovered large swathes of my body had become transparent, revealing muscle and bone beneath. Panic set in as I realized this was no hallucination. Every physical sensation intensified. My skin felt too tight, like a rubber suit shrinking around me. Each breath burned my lungs, filling them with fire instead of air. Even the act of swallowing became agony, as if my throat were lined with razors. Then came the false relief. The storm seemed to abate and the boat steadied. I dared hope that the worst was over, that whatever strange transformation had hold of me would cease. But such hopes were swiftly dashed when I felt something move inside me. It started as a tickle, then grew into a writhing sensation deep within my abdomen. My first thought was of parasites, creatures burrowing their way through my flesh. Fear gave way to disbelief, and then horror as I realized what was happening. I was giving birth to myself. The discovery reframed everything. All the pain, the terror, even the nausea made sense now. I was not becoming something else, I was becoming more of myself. And with that realization came a new wave of fear, because if this process continued, there would be nothing left of me but a hollow shell. I spent what felt like an eternity locked in my cabin, racked by convulsions as my body expelled parts of itself. Each time I looked down, another piece of me was gone, a finger, an ear, a patch of hair. Yet somehow, despite the grotesque metamorphosis, I remained conscious, aware of every excruciating moment. Finally, when it seemed like there could be nothing left, I felt a single, solid mass slide from my body. It hit the floor with a wet thud, and I stared at it in horror. It was a mirror image of me, perfect in every detail, but utterly lifeless. Its eyes were empty sockets, its mouth open in silent scream. With trembling hands, I reached out and touched its face. My fingers sank into the cold flesh, leaving indents that did not fill back in. Revulsion surged through me, stronger than any previous emotion. This grotesque parody of myself, represented the final stage of my transformation. The boat lurched again, throwing me against the wall. When I looked up, I saw something that chilled me to my core. Hundreds of identical figures standing motionless along the corridor, staring at nothing with vacant eyes. Their bodies were desiccated, shriveled husks, yet somehow they retained the semblance of life. As I watched, one turned towards me, its mouth moving in silent mimicry of speech. But instead of words, a cloud of flies burst forth, swarming around my head before dissipating into the air. The sight was too much. I retreated into my cabin, slamming the door behind me. But it didn't matter. There was no escape. No matter where I hid, they would find me. We were all trapped on this cursed ferry, bound together by a horror beyond comprehension. As I write these words, I can hear them outside my door, whispering and shuffling in the dark. Sooner or later, they will come for me. And when they do, I won't resist. After all, who am I to deny myself? The Owl's She's Reckoning. I arrived in Albia, a remote highland village in the midst of winter. The once picturesque landscape was now a monochrome tableau, desolate and cut off by relentless flooding. I had been hired as a forensic accountant to investigate a missing persons case, but little did I know that this quaint hamlet held a sinister secret which would ensnare me entirely. The village was deathly silent when I first set foot on its icy soil. The few locals I encountered moved with funereal slowness, their eyes downcast and expressions somber. An unsettling awareness seemed to linger among them. It was as if they were anticipating a horror that I could not yet fathom. My lodgings were in a crumbling manor house at the edge of the village. Its owner, a widow named Mrs. MacLeod, greeted me with an alarming enthusiasm considering her husband had vanished without a trace just months prior. She showed me to my room, a frigid space filled with shadows that seemed to breathe and writhe in the scant light filtering through the windows. That first night I awoke to an unsettling sound, the distant tolling of a bell. Its mournful peals echoed around the house like wails of despair. Unable to return to sleep, I ventured downstairs to find Mrs. MacLeod sitting alone in the parlor, her face bathed in flickering candlelight. She claimed it was merely the wind playing tricks, but the hairs on the back of my neck refused to be convinced. Days turned into weeks, and I delved deeper into the financial records of the missing villagers. Each case appeared unrelated until I stumbled upon a pattern. All had made significant donations to a mysterious organization known as the Owl's She's Reckoning. Intrigued, I decided to visit their local headquarters, hidden away in a secluded glen. As I approached the building, I noticed an eerie lack of wildlife. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Inside, I found a dimly lit room filled with ancient books and strange symbols etched into the stone walls. A single candle burned upon a wooden table, casting grotesque shadows that danced and flickered ominously. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. Spinning around, I came face to face with a figure clad in black robes. Their face was obscured by a hood, but their eyes shone like twin full moons in the gloom. They spoke of the Owl's She, ancient spirits who demanded tribute to keep them at bay. But when floods ravaged the land, the villagers could no longer pay, and now the Owl's She sought retribution. I left that place filled with dread, but also skepticism. It sounded like a folktale used to scare children. Yet, as I returned to my lodgings, I couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. That night the bell tolled again, its mournful peals resonating within me like a chilling premonition. The next morning I woke up to find the village eerily quiet. No dogs barked, no children laughed, even the waves seemed muffled. A palpable sense of dread hung in the air, thicker than the fog rolling in from the sea. As I stepped outside, I noticed something strange, footprints leading away from every house, as if the entire village had been abducted during the night. Frantic, I rushed back to Mrs. MacLeod's manor only to find it abandoned. Her husband's study door was ajar, revealing stacks of papers covered in those same symbols from the Owl's She's Reckoning headquarters. Realization dawned upon me with horrifying clarity. I had been so engrossed in my investigation that I'd failed to see the truth right before my eyes. And then I heard it, the distant tolling of a bell, slow and solemn, beckoning me towards the sea. Its haunting melody seemed to carry a message, whispering tales of ancient spirits and forgotten sacrifices. Unable to resist its call, I followed the sound, trudging through the mud until I reached the shoreline. There, standing tall amidst the crashing waves, was a bell identical to the one in my dreams. It swung back and forth, propelled by the howling wind, tolling out a melody both beautiful and terrifying. And there, etched into the surface of the bell, were the same symbols I'd seen at the Owl's She's Reckoning headquarters. As I reached out to touch it, a vision flashed before my eyes, images of floods, sacrifices, and an eternal cycle of payment demanded by the vengeful Aos Shi. In that moment, I understood the horrifying truth. The villagers hadn't been abducted. They had become part of this ghastly ritual, willingly or otherwise. As the bell tolled for what felt like the 100th time, I looked out across the vast expanse of water. Out there, lost in the mists of time, lay the realm of the Aos Shi. They were waiting, biding their time until the next payment was due. And as I stood there, alone on the deserted shore, I realized that the bell would never stop tolling, not until the debt was paid in full. Suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath me gave way, plunging me into the icy embrace of the sea. As I sank deeper, the cold seeping into my bones, the final peal of the bell echoed through the water, its haunting melody reverberating in my ears until everything went black. And so here lies the tale of Altbia, a remote highland village cut off by winter flooding, where I uncovered a chilling truth as a forensic accountant investigating a missing persons case. But remember, dear listener, when you hear the distant tolling of a bell, or feel the ground beneath you shift ever so slightly, it might be wise to pay heed, lest you find yourself entangled in the Aos Shi's reckoning. The frozen halls, a chill in the air. I had never been one for the mountains. The cold, biting winds and the sheer cliff faces always filled me with a sense of unease. But here I was in the heart of the Austrian Alps, standing outside a quaint little hotel named the Frozen Halls. My breath misted in front of me as I took in the rustic architecture, the wooden panels darkened by age and weather. The snow fell gently around me, blanketing the world in a white so pure it seemed almost sinister. I shook off my apprehensions. After all, I was there to work, not admire the scenery. My job as a travel journalist had brought me to some of the most remote and unusual places on Earth, but this assignment promised something special. A few days at the Frozen Halls, experiencing their renowned hospitality and exploring the surrounding mountain trails would be just what I needed to rejuvenate my weary spirit. The warmth that greeted me as I stepped inside was like a soothing balm against the winter chill. The hotel's interior was a delightful blend of old-world charm and modern comfort, with crackling fireplaces casting flickering shadows on walls adorned with antlers and taxidermied game. A friendly staff member led me to my room, a cozy haven of polished wood, thick rugs, and plush furnishings that seemed almost too inviting to resist. As the evening wore on, I found myself drawn to the other guests. There was the elderly couple from Vienna, their faces creased with laughter lines as they reminisced about days gone by, the boisterous group of businessmen celebrating a successful merger, and a lone figure in the corner, her eyes lost in the depths of a book. We exchanged pleasantries over a sumptuous dinner, served on platters piled high with roasted meats, fresh vegetables, and rich sauces that seemed to hold secrets within their tangy depths. But as much as I tried to enjoy myself, there was an undercurrent of unease that ran through the evening like a dark thread. It wasn't anything specific, just a vague feeling of wrongness that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. Perhaps it was simply the isolation, or the way the wind howled outside like a mournful ghost. Whatever the cause, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was amiss. The first anomaly came when I retired to my room for the night. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting flickering shadows across the walls and floor. But as I watched, one of those shadows seemed to twist and writhe, detaching itself from the others and slithering towards me like a living thing. I blinked and it was gone. My rational mind insisted that it must have been a trick of the light, but a chill had settled in my bones that no amount of warmth could dispel. I told myself it was just exhaustion, the result of long hours spent traveling and adjusting to the altitude. But when I closed my eyes, all I could see were those writhing shadows, reaching for me with insubstantial fingers. The second escalation came the following morning, as I ventured out onto the nearby trails. The snow was crisp beneath my feet, each crunch sending a shiver up my spine. It wasn't just the cold, there was something unnatural about that silence, as if the world itself were holding its breath. As I walked, I noticed strange patterns etched into the ice and snow symbols that seemed vaguely familiar yet impossible to place. They called to mind ancient runes or forgotten sigils, their purpose lost to time. My fingers itched to trace the lines, to unlock whatever secrets they held. But as I leaned closer, the ground gave way beneath me, plunging me into icy darkness. I scrabbled at the edges of the hole, desperate for purchase on the slick ice. The cold gnawed at my fingers, biting deeper with every passing moment. And then, just as I felt my strength failing, strong hands grasped my wrists and hauled me back onto solid ground. I looked up into the face of one of the businessmen from the night before, his features twisted with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, voice tight with worry. I nodded, unable to find my voice. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat that threatened to burst free at any moment. But even as relief flooded through me, another chill settled in its wake. Those symbols, I had seen them before, though I couldn't remember where, and the way they seemed to pulse with energy, as if alive. It was as if they were calling out to something deep within me, awakening a hunger I never knew existed. The false relief came later that afternoon when I returned to the hotel. A steaming mug of hot chocolate appeared in my hands as if by magic, its sweet warmth a balm against the lingering cold. The other guests seemed cheerful and relaxed, chatting amiably about their day's adventures or plans for the evening ahead. For a moment, I almost believed that everything was normal, that those shadows and symbols had been nothing more than figments of my overactive imagination. But then I caught sight of the lone figure from the night before, her eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that sent another shiver down my spine. She knew something. I could see it in her gaze, a dark knowledge that both repelled and fascinated me. And as I watched, she raised a single finger to her lips as if urging silence. Then without a word, she turned and disappeared up the staircase, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the gnawing suspicion that I was not alone in this place. The discovery came later that evening when I stumbled upon a hidden door tucked away behind a dusty tapestry. It swung open at my touch, revealing a narrow staircase that led down into darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended, guided only by the feeble glow of my phone's flashlight. At the bottom, I found myself in a long-forgotten chamber, its walls lined with ancient tomes and scrolls. And there, amidst the chaos of dusty parchment and crumbling leather, I discovered the truth. The frozen halls was built upon an ancient ley line, a nexus of mystical energy that had been harnessed by its original inhabitants for untold purposes. But over time, something had gone wrong. The once harmonious balance between man and nature had been disrupted, unleashing forces best left undisturbed. And now, those forces sought to reclaim their birthright, drawing strength from the shadows and symbols that haunted every corner of the hotel. As I stared at the ancient texts, a wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision swam, and for a moment I felt as if I were floating outside myself, watching from a distance as my hands reached out to trace the lines of one particularly complex symbol. A surge of power coursed through me, igniting every nerve ending with an intensity that bordered on pain. And then just as suddenly it was gone, leaving me breathless and disoriented in the dimly lit chamber. I stumbled back up the stairs, my mind racing with questions and fears. How much of what I'd experienced had been real, and how much mere imagination? Was I truly meant to uncover this secret, or was it merely a cruel trick played by my own overwrought senses? As I emerged from the hidden chamber, the warmth of the hotel seemed to mock me, its welcoming embrace now tainted with an edge of menace. The other guests chatted and laughed, their voices raised in cheerful camaraderie, but beneath the surface I could sense a tension that echoed my own unease. Something was coming, something dark and hungry, drawn to this place by forces beyond my understanding. And as I watched the shadows lengthen across the floor, I knew that there would be no escape, no refuge from the horrors that awaited us all. But still I clung to hope, desperately seeking some way to turn back the tide of darkness. For deep within me, a spark had been ignited, a flickering flame that refused to be extinguished. And as I stared into the heart of that terrible fire, I vowed that I would not go quietly into the night. No matter what horrors lay ahead, I would face them with courage and determination, fighting to protect those I cared for and uncover the truth hidden within these frozen halls. For in the end, it is not the darkness itself that defines us, but how we choose to confront it, whether we allow fear to consume us or find the strength to stand against the shadows, no matter the cost. And so, as the storm raged on outside and the hotel settled into an uneasy silence, I prepared myself for the battle ahead, knowing that the line between sanity and madness, life and death, would be drawn not in sand but in ice, a barrier as fragile as it was unyielding, waiting to shatter beneath the slightest pressure. The final image burned itself into my mind as I stood there, poised on the precipice between worlds. A single drop of water, frozen mid-fall, suspended in time and space like a crystal sculpture of despair. And with that sight etched forever in my memory, I stepped forward into the darkness, ready to face whatever lay ahead, or risk being consumed by the very horrors I sought to banish. In the heart of a Siberian abyss, I stand before the rusted gates of Station 613, an abandoned Soviet research facility buried in Siberia's permafrost. As a structural engineer, I've seen my fair share of decay, but nothing prepares me for this ghost from a forgotten era. My task: assess its integrity before demolition. A biting wind greets me as I step onto the frost-covered ground, my boots crunching against the frozen earth. The main building looms ahead, a hulking mass of rotting wood and crumbling brick. A sickly sweet smell hangs in the air, the scent of decay blending with something more sinister, something that sends an icy shiver down my spine. Inside, the desolation is absolute. The walls are coated with condensation. Water droplets cling to the ceiling like alien creatures preparing to descend upon me. My footsteps echo through the empty halls as I make my way towards the central lab. Rows of broken test tubes and shattered microscopes litter the tables, evidence of a hurried departure. As I examine the structural beams, I notice something odd. They're not standard Soviet construction. They're older, almost ancient, and despite being encased in ice, there are signs of charring along their lengths. The anomaly nags at me, but I rationalize it as a peculiarity from when the station was first built. I continue my inspection, moving deeper into the complex. That's when I encounter the second anomaly, a room filled with strange symbols carved into the walls. They resemble no language I've ever seen, yet somehow they seem familiar, like echoes of a nightmare half remembered. A chill runs through me, but I attribute it to the dropping temperature and continue my work. Relief washes over me when I finally find an area untouched by the pervasive decay, but this reprieve is short-lived. Hidden behind a pile of discarded equipment, I discover a series of journals belonging to Dr. Vasily Kuznetsov, the station's former head scientist. His entries paint a horrifying picture of experiments gone wrong and unimaginable creatures awakened from their slumber within the permafrost. My heart pounds in my chest as I read his frantic words. The cold seems to seep into my bones, chilling me far beyond the reach of any winter's frost. Every breath feels labored, every beat of my heart an effort, yet I cannot tear myself away from the pages. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the very foundations of the station. Dust falls from the ceiling, sprinkling down like snowflakes laced with fear. The floor beneath me groans in protest, buckling under some invisible force. I scramble towards the exit, but it's too late. With a deafening roar, the ground gives way, swallowing me whole into the abyss below. I land hard on a solid surface, my breath knocked out of me. Disoriented, I glance around, taking in my new surroundings. I appear to be in a vast cavern, its walls lined with glowing crystals that cast eerie shadows across the floor. And there, not far from where I stand, lies an object unlike anything I've ever seen before. A creature, or rather what was once a creature, now frozen in time. Its form is both beautiful and terrifying, a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast. Ice encases its body, preserving it in a state of eternal agony. And there, etched into the ice covering its torso, are those same unfathomable symbols I saw earlier. A wave of realization crashes over me. The charred beams, the strange carvings, Dr. Kuznetsov's journals, they all point to one horrifying truth. This station isn't just decaying, it's dying, poisoned by whatever horror lies buried beneath its foundations. As I stare at the frozen creature, a single thought echoes through my mind. I am not alone here. Despite the desolation, despite the isolation, something lurks in the darkness, something ancient and malevolent, and then without warning, the ice begins to crack. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, a tendril of black ooze seeps from the creature's mouth. It stretches outwards, probing the air as if testing its surroundings. Then, with sudden aggression, it lunges towards me. I recoil, stumbling backwards onto the frozen ground. Panic sets in as I realize there's nowhere to run, no escape from this subterranean hell. But even amidst the terror, a spark of determination ignites within me. If I am to die here, I will not go down without a fight. Summoning every ounce of courage, I lunge forward, meeting the creature's assault head-on. We struggle in the confined space, our movements sending plumes of snow swirling into the air. Each grunt, each gasp punctuates the silence of the cavern, filling it with a symphony of primal fear and adrenaline-fueled defiance. But despite my best efforts, I feel myself weakening. The creature is relentless, its strength overwhelming. It pushes me down, its icy grip tightening around my throat. As darkness encroaches on the edges of my vision, I claw at the ice, desperate for a foothold, a lifeline. And then, just as all hope seems lost, I remember the journals. Dr. Kuznetsov's desperate scribblings about containment procedures, about using extreme cold to keep the horrors at bay. Could it be possible? Is there still a chance to save myself? With my last vestiges of strength, I reach into my pocket and pull out a small cylindrical device, a portable cryogenic unit designed to preserve samples during transport. It's a long shot, but it's all I have left. I press the activation button, releasing a cloud of freezing vapor. The creature recoils, momentarily blinded by the sudden cold. Seizing this opportunity, I shove the device into its gaping maw, filling its throat with icy frost. A guttural scream fills the cavern as the creature convulses, its body writhing in agony. The black ooze recedes, sucked back into the frozen abyss from which it came. And then, just like that, everything goes still. The once terrifying beast now lies motionless, entombed once again in a tomb of ice. Exhausted, I collapse onto the frozen ground, my heart pounding in my chest. Around me, the cavern remains silent, save for the distant drip of melting ice. Slowly, painfully, I pull myself to my feet, my gaze fixed on the creature before me. We stand there, locked in a tableau of triumph and terror as the true horror of this place sinks in. This isn't just an abandoned research station, it's a prison. A prison built to contain the unimaginable, the unspeakable. And now, having glimpsed its depths, there's no denying the truth. I am forever changed. For better or worse, I am now part of this place's grim legacy, a survivor of the Siberian abyss. A single image lingers in my mind as I trudge through the snow, leaving the cavern behind. The frozen creature, its eyes locked on mine, promising an eternity of icy solitude. As we reach the end of tonight's stories on Haunt Tales, it's time to let your mind drift away. Listen to the sound of the rain gently falling in the background. Let each drop calm your thoughts and ease you into a peaceful sleep. There's nothing to fear now, just the soothing rhythm of the rain. Focus on your breathing. Let your body relax and allow yourself to drift deeper into rest. Sleep peacefully, and we'll meet again tomorrow night for another story. Good night.